Okay, looks like I'm on. Okay, looks like I'm on. Okay, so town sound is tested, so we should be good to go now. I actually managed to get up early enough this morning, take a shower and everything before this, and then I ate my lunch and I watched Wednesday. Um, have y'all been watching Wednesday, like the new Adams Family? I think it's really good. I'm like on the fourth episode, but we're definitely going to get into some reading sprints today. So let me know which of the prompts are you working on for the Holiday Havoc-athon. And if you're here and you don't know about the Holiday Havoc-athon, it is a readathon that's going on all month long. So there's 6 different prompts, but one of them is just to watch a Christmas movie. So it's a really simple one, but also it's kind of fun because so you're just reading books that have any holiday that takes place in December, and you kind of want to pick stuff that's a little off the wall and different just to make it more fun. So today I'm going to be reading The Holiday Swap by Maggie Knox. This is going to be the red title prompt. There is another version, like in a different language, that has a red title, so it counts. Plus, this is the book that y'all voted for me to read. I gave y'all like 4 options. I might have gave you 3 options. I don't remember. I gave y'all some options and y'all picked the holiday swap. So that's what I'm starting off with. I finished The Kiss Curse last night. So now I can get into my December reads. The only other fall read that I'm still working on is Lizzie Bennett's Bucket List. I think that's what it's called. It's an ebook that I got for like 99 cents. It was a book deal and it just looked really good. So I started that. And so that's the only fall read I have left. And then I just plan on reading a bunch of Christmas stuff this month. And I've got book of the month coming in, but it won't be here until like the 5th. So, hi, Pat. Oh, man. But yeah, I was glad I got up in time and everything because I was at the ER with my husband last night until midnight because he has ear problems. And so he's already had a ruptured eardrum once and his ears were just feeling really bad. So he was like at 10:30 at night he comes in here and he's like, "Take me to the hospital, please." And I'm like, "Okay." And then we get back after midnight and then he had to get up at 4:30 in the morning to go to work. I was like, "Poor baby." Yes, I think I will. What's so funny is y'all voted on the holiday swap. And I knew I'd, like, read a chapter, but I didn't know how far I'd actually read in this book before putting it down. So, I had got it as my December 2021 book of the month pick, and, so I had started it then, and then it was after December, and I hadn't finished it, so I was like, "I'll just wait till next Christmas." And so, when I gave you all the options, I didn't really know, and then that same night, before the polls were done, I opened it up, and I was on, like, page 70. I was like, dang, I've already done a big chunk of this book. So so I started reading it that night, not knowing what y'all were going to pick in the polls. And then y'all did pick. And so I took it with me to the hospital last night because I was like, I'm going to be in this ER room for a while. So I'm on page 158. So I've already read this much, which of course 70 of that was read in 2021. But I got that much left. So I'm about halfway done. So I don't know how long these sprints are going to go, but we'll probably go for a while. I still have some work I need to do, like call center stuff, but I set my own schedule. So I can set it 5 minutes before it starts. So, hey, Courtney. Yes, I'm glad you said I could use your timers because I don't have any and my channel got a copyright strike for using a Halloween timer. And I was like, "Really?" Because I had seen other people using the same thing. Yes, I am liking the holiday swap, and I just got done with reading The Kiss Curse, and they both have similar writing styles. The only thing with the holiday swap is it does get a little confusing because both twins have C names, and because they're pretending to be the other person, I sometimes forget where they are, like who is who. And so I'm like, okay, is this the one that's in the city or is this the one that's in the small town? And so sometimes it takes about a page at the start of every chapter for me to kind of orient myself, which isn't the best, but it's still a really good book. I like both of the love interest. I think that I would be oh man. I think I would go for Jake simply because he's a firefighter. But the other guy's like a doctor type. So I mean, both of them you technically have like men in uniform, I guess you would say. But I think the firefighter type. But also, I don't normally think of like redheads as being the go-to for guys. And so one year whenever I write a book, I tend to give myself a challenge. I give like the male love interest some kind of characteristic that I find completely unattractive, and then my goal is to fall in love with that character by the end of the book despite that. So one of the years where I was doing this as like my little challenge was to make the guy a redhead with like freckles and stuff. And so as part of that, I was like, okay, I've got to look up some cute redheads. So I'd like Google image search, and oh my gosh, there are some gorgeous redheads. And then another challenge, I gave the guys a name that I didn't like, which was Ralph. I was like, Ralph is not a sexy name. Like some people use that as a way to just like they say like Ralphing, like you threw something up. And I was like, yeah, this is gonna be a struggle. But now I'm like, nope, because I just think of my character when I hear that name. So now it's like it's a sexy name. I don't know. Oh man. Oh, I forgot to send you the timer link. Let me see if I can find it. Locked Beautician has timers many people on BookTube use also. Yeah, I figure now I'll just ask people just to make sure so they don't try to copyright strike. That's why all of my live streams um that I had currently had up are all unlisted, but I actually have a tab. So if you go to my homepage and you look down, there's a playlist that says unlisted videos. So you can still watch them. Just no one's gonna, they're not gonna be recommended to anybody. They're just gonna be down there. Because I was like, I don't want that person going and finding other places where I may have used that timer and then giving me like 3 strikes just from using the same timers. I was like, I don't want my channel to end over that. So I just went ahead and um, unlisted them just to be a little safe. But I should be able to find your timers. I could just go to your YouTube page. And I will say, I have had some internet issues this morning. I was watching Wednesday on Netflix and I had to restart it like 4 times. It kept going in and out, and it has been like stormy in this area. So I don't know, but I was able to finish the episode, so hopefully I won't have any trouble here. Okay, so I'm just finding your channel now, and then I should be able to use the search bar for timers. Yes, so I was able to find it. It looks like they're all 45-minute, hour. Okay, you've got a 30 one on here. Let's see. All right. So yeah, y'all let me know what you're reading today. I have a playlist. Don't play the one with the lion. Pat hates the music. I don't listen to music anyway, so I'm just gonna mute it. I'm gonna mute music because I have ADD and it's distracting. Click the description and you select the time you want. What? I was wondering what that meant. I mean, the sunset over the lake music was probably fine. So I can do classical music that doesn't change tempo often, but if it changes tempo, I just can't. What time is it there, Heather? It's gonna be 5:30 PM in the UK. Oh my gosh. It is 11:13. So, it's, really early in the day for me. So I set it late enough so that I could not have to worry about getting up super early. But, yeah, after last night, I was just like, "Oh my gosh." I did not wanna get up this morning. I was like, "I just wanna keep sleeping." Y'all saw I did a community post last night, and I was like, "Y'all, I have no energy." I can't even film a video, and then the emergency room stuff happened. So it was just a crazy day yesterday. Um, I'm hoping that I will soon get my meds because the clinic had my address wrong. So they had it in there as like a 226 and mine's a 262. So I was like, I haven't got my meds and I asked for them twice and they're important meds. Like I have hypothyroidism and I also have anxiety. And so those were the pills that I wasn't getting. I was like, I need my pills. So they put them in again, so hopefully I'll get them. Cause like with not having the hypothyroid stuff, I lose hair. Um, so I've been losing so much hair. It's ridiculous. And I'm starting to get really fatigued and low energy. So I'll have burst like all the videos that y'all saw that I put out. So I did all of that within like 2 days. Like I filmed everything in like one day and then I did a whole day of like editing and then the metadata stuff. It was a lot. Oh, I already looked at that one. My poor name. Oh, I turn it down. Yeah. All right. Hey, I tune into these things sometimes to do work and I don't do any reading. I'm doing something else. All right. So why don't we go ahead and get started? If y'all want the music, I could try that and maybe just turn it down lower. But if it's distracting, I'll just mute it because I tend to get distracted. So, but we can test it and see. So if it just gets muted halfway through the video, just know I got tired of it because it was distracting me. Oh man. But it's nice to hear like the beep. So I'm gonna go ahead and play that. And she was saying, look in the description. Well, this one is the 30 minutes, so we're good to go on this one. I don't think this one has a lion in it. Yeah, so I did not wind up posting a video yesterday. I was like, I can't. Oh, man. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do the music. I am finding it distracting. So I'm just gonna mute it, but I will play the timer. So I'm gonna go ahead and share the screen now so y'all can see it. All right. I'm gonna start it from the beginning. I'm gonna mute myself and everything. I'm not seeing the actual times on it though. So we might need to do a different one then so we can see the timer. Because otherwise I'm not gonna know when it ends. Where did the searchy bar? I don't want you, ad. Yeah, we'll do a 30-minute. Wait, why is an ad playing on her channel if she's not monetized? You telling me YouTube plays ads on people's channels? They don't even get money for it? That ain't right. All right, let's start this thing. I'm gonna mute myself and I'll come back on and let y'all know when the time's up. Hey, can y'all hear me all right? How are y'all doing? Hello, hello. Nice to see you again. Did y'all get far in your books? I got like a chapter. I'm such a slow reader. I'm on page 170. Awesome. My hair is still so wet. Like maybe it'll dry by the end of this thing. Eh. Turn on my light. It's all rainy outside. My dog's out there because it dried. It dried up enough for him to go out, but it was bad last night. It was so much wind. It was like 20-mile-an-hour winds. Ridiculous. But yeah, I'm really liking this. I haven't gotten that far. I don't know that I'm going to finish it today. What are y'all reading? Did you get more than a chapter in? Doing laundry. Oh, it's raining for you too and getting foggy. Oh man. Oh, that's the weird thing now. It's like it used to be that December you would get snow. But now it seems like you don't get snow until the end of January or even the beginning of February. I had a TikTok video that I did of my dog, and I saw it the other day, and he was eating snow. Like my husband was tossing him snow, and it was so cute. I'll see if I can find it on here.
I wanted to try this voice filter
No. Took shower going shopping. Christmas shopping. We had snow at Easter. Oh my gosh. Yes, that is so long. I remember, so my birthday's in March and I would have parties and we would do them at the park. But it was never, it kind of felt like fall weather almost in March. And now it's like no, that's winter. Like you can still get snow in March. It's just really weird. Like how, why? I'm trying to find this video for y'all. Because it was cute. Getting close. Ah, found it. My husband called me outside for this. I thought you just meant like he like kind of let it smash on his face. I didn't know you meant like he literally eats it like it's food. Oh my gosh. You're so good. Do you like your... That was at our old apartment, so he had to be leashed all the time. Which here it's nice because we're out in the boonies, and the people we bought the house from, like the original owners, they had an invisible fence put in. So I don't have to worry about him getting ran over by a car. It only took him like 3 times to figure out where the boundaries were. So it's worked out really well. And then we finally buried the line in the backyard, but we haven't trained him out there yet. So we've got to put the flags down so he knows, like, I see the flags, I know don't go past the flags. And he's really good at that. So We just got to set the flags in and then he'll know. But I've already started training as far as getting him comfortable with the backyard without a leash on. So he knows like where the safe zones are, even though we haven't put flags out yet. But I've always been out there with him to like stop him before he goes toward the boundary, which it has a beepy thing. So he should have associated that now with when it beeps, turn around. But you never know. So we got to get the flags first. But at least we finally buried it after like 6 months of being here. Kids hit a growth spurt and need jeans. I may be going in the office and need work clothes. Yeah. My mama, she would always take us to the Goodwill on Sundays because it had like the 99-cent days on Sunday for like the red stickers. So she would always take us. And I'm like, if you're changing sizes all the time, like that can get really, really expensive. And then I had a cousin that was like 3 years older than me. So I always got her hand-me-downs. And her parents were a little more bougie. So she would have like name brand Tommy Hilfiger, stuff like that. So I would get her name brand stuff. Or like American Eagle, all those stuff. My family, no, we were like Goodwill and Walmart people. Oh man. No seasons anymore. They can happen in a day, right? Like literally, it can be sunny and then it's storming that night. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. Now y'all making me want to go to Goodwill. That's what I was doing. I was losing some weight and I kept going through jeans. And jeans, why do they cost like $40 a piece now? Like, I don't understand this. Why are they so expensive? So I went to Goodwill and I got some for like 6 or 7 bucks, and they were name brand. So I was like, okay. But I don't do a lot of shopping. When I was in the military now, I would go to the mall. I would go to the mall. I would have like $300 shopping sprees, but I was making $56,000 a year as like a 19-year-old, which is just insane. Me and my husband don't make that together now. So you get a lot of money when you're married and in the military. But I was like, I can't do that anymore. I cannot. Oh, we thrift too, but my kids are really skinny and it's hard to find them pants. Oh, I'm tall, so it's it's weird. Pants are so weird for me because I'm tall, but I'm also overweight, and I don't like to wear stuff around my stomach. So I might get a big size so that it fits my thighs, but I don't need it to be huge around the waist because they're like thinking you're gonna wear it like mom jeans. And I was like, "No, I don't need it to go on my belly. I need it to go on my hip bone." So I wound up getting, even though I'm 5'10", I need short jeans because it's like 30 inches from my hip to the floor. So I was like, I need the short ones. And then I get the boot cut because they're skinnier. Um, because my bottom half is not that big. So I have to get like the skinny. Um, And then I usually have to roll down the waistband because they cut it too high. But that also means I need the stretchy fabric, but they'll fall off my butt. So I gotta like roll the waistband down because the waist part is never the right size. Which is also an issue because sometimes I'll get it where everything fits, like literally everything fits, and I just can't button it. But it fits my butt, fits my legs perfect, can't button it. I'm like, why? Why is this? This is why I can fit into a size 14 jeans, but can also fit into a size 22 because It depends on how I wear it. So if it's like one of the ones where you're supposed to wear it on your belly, I'm gonna need a 22. But if it's like my little hip huggers that I wear, I'm a size 14 and I'm rolling down the waistband, which is just insane. I was shocked when I did that because I had been wearing 22s and they had been tight, and then I'd lost 12 pounds, and then like all came off my hips, apparently. So I was able to squeeze my butt into a size 14, and I was almost at a size 12. I just couldn't do the button on the size 12s, but they fit everywhere else. And I'm like, how is this? Because the last time I was a size 12, I was in high school and I was fit. And I was like, how's my bottom half fitting in these jeans? Have things changed over the last decade and a half? Like I don't know. Clothing is just so weird. My mother-in-law was messaging me asking me what my size was in jeans, and I was like, "Woman, don't get me clothes. Just don't get me clothes." I said, "It's never gonna work out. You get me a shirt, they're not gonna be long enough because I'm tall. So then I have to get like a 4X in order for it to make sense. And then it's just so baggy, everyone's gonna assume that I'm either way bigger than I am or that I'm pregnant or something. I don't know." I do tend to wear baggier clothes, like all this extra is like, no, see, the fabric is still going because I need the length. I need the length. But anyway, oh my gosh, how have we been on here for almost an hour now? We've only read for 30 minutes. I don't feel like I've done a lot of talking though, so that's kind of crazy. But I guess we'll go ahead and get into another sprint because I want to make sure we're doing more sprinting than talking. So we can do that. Y'all ready to do some more reading? Yes, Bear. What do you was that your agreement? You want to do more reading? There was a white dog that was walking back and forth earlier today, and he just kept barking at it, and I was like, "Bear, the dog was on the street. Like it wasn't in the yard. It was not in the yard." But anyway. All right, let's do another sprint. Uh Oh, Oh, okay, never mind, never mind. I was like, this one was a 45-minute timer. No one it wasn't. All right, let's do another 30. I'm back. How'd y'all do that time? Were you able to get any reading in, or you're still doing other stuff? It's like half the time when I do Courtney's sprints, I've got all this stuff I'm having to do, or like I'm in the middle of editing YouTube videos or something like that. So I always just work, and then whenever the sprint's over and it's the chatty time, that's when I kind of like take my breaks. So nothing wrong with that. Oh man. I was playing some classical music and I didn't look up to see that it had ended. So I had looked up and it was like 4 minutes till. And then I thought I'd timed it right to like go to the restroom and everything. And then I found some earrings, so I put in my earrings. And then I came back and I brushed my hair. And yeah, I might have took more than 4 minutes. I apologize if y'all were just sitting around waiting. But I'm here. How are y'all doing? Are you already ready for another sprint? Because I'm fine with that. If y'all just want to hop into the next one. But the book is going really well, and I just read a chapter with Miguel, and it was the surfing and family dinner chapter. And now I'm like, okay, I might be Team Miguel, which is fine because it's like two different couples. I don't have to choose. It's not a love triangle. So, but I'm like, yeah, I am a Pisces. And I love stuff with water. I think water is just so romantic. And he takes her to the beach and he's trying to teach her how to surf. And I'm like, okay, okay, I'm liking this. I'm liking this. Water always winds up working its way into my books. There's always some kind of water element going on. It's just hard to not have that. Oh man. But anyway, I don't see anybody commenting, so I think we're just going to go ahead and head into the next sprint. Um, I made it to page 179, and I'm on chapter 14. 6 days until Christmas. We got a little bit more than that, but not in the book. So I also got some really good news. It might have been during the break. I can't remember. Might have been before the break and I just forgot. But I got a notification that my book of the month is delivering today, which is awesome because it told me last night that it was going to be the 5th, but I saw that it was already in Nashville. And I was like, okay, that was at like 9:30. So I was like, it's possible that I'll get it early. And I will. I'm going to get it today, which is going to be perfect because then when I finish this book, I might hop into one of those. Yes, I am liking it. I am liking it. And then I've got coming in the mail today is going, I got 3 books. So I got Babel because they made it a book of the month book. And like I was mentioning in the Goodwill, that y'all, that's because I'm a cheap person. If there are ways to get stuff cheap, that is the way I'm gonna do it. And so I was like, I'm not getting Babel when it's $30. That's just too much. That's expensive. I do not have that kind of money. I don't have any money right now. So yeah, but they put it on Book of the Month. So if you don't know, Book of the Month, it's only like I think it start when you start it. Of course, you get like a really cheap one for the first one, and then your credits are maybe like $15. But for an adult hardback, you usually those are like $26 each, and then also the shipping I believe is always free. So it's kind of is like you're getting a $10 hardback because normally you would be paying shipping cost. And then if you max it out and you get your 3 max books that you can get, then you do kind of save money because your add-on books are less, or at least they are for me now. So once you reach a certain level, it's like $5 off. So I pay like 10 for my add-on books. And again, so like Babel was a $30 book. Like I couldn't find it anywhere for less than like 30 bucks. So I got that with my credit, and then I got two more books. So, and I reached the best friend level, which meant I get like really cheap add-ons now. So that's exciting. So I got three books. Did I have the money to do so? No. Did I do it anyway? Yes. Did it go on the credit card? Yes. My husband did have a really good week at work because they've been having a lot of bonuses. So he made like $1,000 in 1 week because he decided to work on Thanksgiving. So he got double time and a half plus the holiday incentive, which was like 150 bucks just to work that day. So like in one day he had made a couple $100, which was needed because like I said, I've been transitioning over to another job, and so the money has not been great. So like in the past 2 months I've made like $75. So we were like, ooh, and this is at our house. Like we bought this house. So we've been in it for a couple of months. We've been here since March. So we have to pay a mortgage. And so that's like $1,100 a month for the mortgage. And my disability, I didn't get my full disability this month because I guess I owed stuff for the VA. So they just took it out of my disability check. So I didn't get all of my disability money. So I was like, oh, but he says we had enough in there to make rent. So thank goodness. But hopefully that'll all work itself out soon. But him working extra and getting some bonuses is what's keeping us afloat. And also we're not eating out and all that stuff that we would typically do if we had money. It's not cheap. If you can get a hardback, that's all good. Book of the Month hasn't crossed the pond to the UK yet, but they do use a lot of British YouTubers to promote it. That is really weird. If they don't even give the books there, why are they having British YouTubers promote it? That doesn't make sense. But also because Book of the Month does the free shipping, that's probably why they haven't crossed over. I think they did just now, like within the last month or so, did Canada. Yes. Okay. So I'm right. Yep. So hopefully that'll open up soon. I'm sure y'all's prices will be higher because the cost of shipping to get it to another country is ridiculous. Like I remember looking one time, like a letter was like 20 bucks. Or that might have been the smallest box. It might have been the smallest box that you could get. Priority shipping was like 20 bucks just for the shipping, which is just outrageous. But there are other companies that do free shipping of books. So they figured out some way to do it. I guess what they would need to do is actually establish a printing house in the country where they're wanting to extend their services. And then that way they could do the print on demand for the books, and then they could ship it locally. So then they wouldn't be paying any like exporting, importing fees, all that stuff. Yeah, shipping is very high. That is why a lot of authors, especially so your traditionally published authors, like if they've given a marketing budget of like $10,000 or something to promote the book, then they're going to have like physical arcs. And then they're going to sign up for like $500 to be listed on NetGalley. And then Edelweiss also costs like a couple $100 to have the book there for like ebook arc distribution. And then you've got to think about if they're the top tier authors, then they're also going to get to go to um, tours. So then they got to take care of the flight, the housing, the food for the author to attend the event. Plus, if the event itself requires like table fees or like a certain number of books to be sold, and then like if the distributor has like a local shop that's providing the books, then they might have a certain amount that they're like, okay, you've got to supply 100 books. Like there's so many different things. So yeah, but like indies, if you have a marketing budget, it's coming from your own pocket. It's not coming from a publisher. So that's why a lot of times if it's an indie author, they will say US only when it comes to giveaways. And it's not that we want to be stingy or exclude people. It's just that the shipping cost makes it not worth it. Especially if you only get like 2 people that enter your giveaway. You don't want because you maybe expected there to be like 1,000 people that entered, but if only 2 people enter, you still have to follow through. So it's better to spend like $10 of your own money getting the publisher copy and then shipping it off to them than to spend like $40 between shipping and the materials and all that stuff. eBay, Amazon, Waterstones, which are all equivalent to Barnes and Noble. Yeah. Book Depository does international free shipping on their books. So that's kind of cool. So when I publish my books, I believe we went wide at one point, and we do have wide distribution for the books unless I took it off. So like you should be able to get, like, if you were ordering my books or something, I think they are on Book Depository. I should probably look that up just to see. Now I'm curious. Because otherwise that just would be so expensive. I think they're partnered with Amazon. So if you're ever looking for indie books from a different, like, and you're not in the US, check Book Depository because they might be on there. I'm searching now. Yeah, so all of my books are on Book Depository. They are more expensive. I didn't set those prices. That's what they set. And actually, it looks like not all of them are on there. It's only my anthologies on there and the old Christmas edition of my Christmas book. I actually do have a Christmas book, y'all. I do have a Christmas book. If y'all want me to show you it, I might as well promote myself shamelessly. I'll go get it real quick. So there's different editions of the book, and we keep them available. Actually, I think I might have took down the one. Okay. So my Christmas book, Unwrap My Heart. So we did it like wrapping paper and then the ribbon. And then his watch says "Oh fudge." If you can see the little "Oh fudge." Because a Christmas Story movie, which they reference in here because that's their favorite movie. And so they kind of start liking each other because they show up to school with "Oh fudge" t-shirts on the same day. But he's already dating someone, so they become friends instead. And then his best friend swoops in and they start dating. So then they're both coupled, but he's miserable with his girlfriend and she likes her boyfriend. But he's kind of absent-minded in ways as well. So like Zane and Braylee are much better suited for each other, but it's okay because her ex, because they do break up in like the first chapter. And then the romance is between her and Zane. But the ex, Sebastian, winds up in the second book as a main character with Izzy. So they wind up together. It's romance. It's not a spoiler. Romance, the couple always ends up together. If it's a dual POV, you know who they wind up with. But so this one takes place during Christmas. It's the 12 days before Christmas and it goes all the way to New Year's with the epilogue. And then the second one picks up right after this one. So it starts in December and ends in March, I believe. So you do get to see Valentine's Day in here. So there's the books. Or this way for y'all's view. I turned it around here. So this is book 1. this is book 2. Now, technically, they can be read as standalones. However, the people that have read book 2 first have made reviews saying that they get a little bit in and then they have to know more about Brayley, so they stop reading and go back to book 1. So your best reading experience is going to be if you read them one at a time, because this also there is a villain plot line that's in this one. There is a villainous character. And so you kind of get to see what starts to happen to the villain in this book, and then you get to see his final demise in this book. So, yeah. These are very dark, so they look light and fluffy with the covers, and that's because the romances themselves are like very healthy romances. Um, they both kind of help each other grow in different ways. In this one, because it's only like less than a month's worth of time frame, a lot happens in, you know, very few pages. A lot happens. And so you get to see a lot of character development when it comes to Brayley, because the focus of the story is about her and the circumstances that she's going through. Whereas in the second book, oh no, like you are getting a full character arc for both of these characters. Um, and it's things that they're going through outside of their romance, and then also struggles that are happening within their romance. So, yeah, this one is a friends to lovers romance, and this one is a dating my sister's ex romance, or dating my ex's little sister. There's some enemies to lovers in there. There is a fake dating trope in here, but not how you would assume it goes down. The fake dating is not with the love interest, it's with another girl, which is one of the villains in this book. So, yeah. Those are my 2 full-length novels that are out. But yeah, huge trigger warnings for both of these. Both of these include CSA. This one is mostly in the beginning, and then the aftermath, the fallout of that. And then this one is not things that are directly happening on the page, because the fallout has already happened in this book, but it's the villain getting his due. The characters' responses to the CSA are very wildly different. So just got to warn you for that. So with Izzy, it was very much so a groomed since 9 years old, feels like she's madly in love with the perpetrator. Whereas Brayley is like, hell no, this happened to me. This is why I wound up in foster care in the first place. And then now it's happening again. This is stuff that you find out in the very first chapter of Brayley, so it's not a big spoiler at all that this is in there. Um, so, but there's a lot that goes down. So, in like the first chapter for Brayley, she turns 18, which means she's aged out of the foster care system. Now, there are options for you to stay in foster care until you're like 21, but she didn't choose that route. So, she's aged out, she's independent, all that kind of stuff. So she gets kicked out of her foster home because she has this huge secret, and the perpetrator is trying to cover up that secret and threaten her to take certain actions in order for her to be able to come back in the home. So the book is her dealing with that and being like, am I going to make decisions for myself? Am I going to make decisions based on fear? Am I going to let this person control me and the future trajectory of my life, or am I going to do what I want to do? And so, yeah, it takes place in like a 2-week time frame. There is a religious plot line. Some people might not like that, but it's definitely not a Christian book. There's F-bombs in here. There's on the page sex. So yeah, it's not a Christian book, but there is a Christian plot line. So if you don't like that, you might want to steer clear of this. Lots of just trigger warnings for this. I guess I should. Sometimes I forget what all the triggers are, but I have a sheet in the front of the print books. I don't have it on the ebooks, but the trigger warnings are in the print books. So this specific book contains SA, teen pregnancy, and whether to abort, foster care, homelessness, prostitution, bullying, fighting, and underage drinking. There's also on the page sex, strong language, and religious content. We have treated the tough matter with care, but understand it won't be for everyone. So those are the trigger warnings for this one. And then the trigger warnings for the second one, some of them are the same, some of them are different. So, let's see here. This specific book contains references to SA, on the page self-harm, cutting and hair pulling, and panic attacks, foster care, death by murder, suicide discussion, bullying, underage drinking, and OCD thought spirals. There's also strong language and steamy makeout scenes. So yeah, this one doesn't have on the page sex, but somehow it actually reads as steamier than the book that does. So just putting that out there. So the trigger warnings do spoil some stuff, but I don't write simple plot lines. They're just not for me. I like to have at least like 4 threads going on in each story. And these are contemporary books, but they have multiple threads going on. So he gets in trouble for underage drinking. And so he has a plot line where he's having to do volunteer work in order to like not be grounded for life. And so he has that plot line going throughout the book. She has the plot line of trying to decide what to do in the aftermath of everything, still trying to protect her siblings that are in that house. And then they also have the romantic plot line where he is hiding her in his attic. So little spoil there, but like that's a fun part of the book is him hiding her in the attic. So there's also a homeless shelter plotline where she meets this girl named Jillian, and Jillian is part of like a kind of legalized form of prostitution. So she gets to see that world, and you kind of understand how people get put into that situation. And as unrealistic as it may seem, if you actually look into statistics for people who are survivors of like sexual abuse and stuff like that, a high percentage of them do wind up with like prostitution stuff or human trafficking. There's so many different things that can happen. So responses from different people are completely different. So that you get to see a little bit of it in here and how she copes with things. And then in this one, you have a high school play that's going on, and Izzy wants to be the lead. And he winds up in the class to avoid this couple because he's still madly in love with Brayley and doesn't understand why they broke up because she never told him what was going on in the home. And he didn't like that she didn't trust him enough to tell him. And she's like, I don't owe you my secrets. So they broke up in like chapter 1. And then so in this one, Sebastian decides he's going to get back at them, and that's where the fake dating comes into play because he fake dates his best friend's ex. And then Izzy's in the classroom and he winds up in the theater classroom. He does not want to roll in the play, but anyway, it's Grease is the play, so you get to see that plot line. You also get to see him discovering her and the fact that she has been self-harming and trying to help her, and he has had loved ones in the past who have died by suicide. And so when he sees these signs of her self-harming, there's like this personal struggle of like, how can I help without making matters worse for her? And then with her, she has undiagnosed OCD, which plays into her self-harm as a coping mechanism. This is also very common for people that have OCD to be involved with self-harm. I have OCD. I did not struggle with self-harm, but very, very close relative of mine did. And I do get triggered by the same sort of things. And I do have the thought spirals that Izzy experiences in this book, including things like sharp objects. So I was even having panic attacks while I was writing her having panic attacks. So I had to like pause writing my own book because I was triggered by the same things. So there is a little bit of own voices with that, but we don't have the same exact experiences. So there are differences as well. With both of these books, we try our best to do this with care. We do have readers who have been through somewhat similar circumstances, not fully, of course, because these are fictional characters and they deal with things in, the way that they deal with them. And but yeah, we've been told it's very relatable. Teachers have even said that they would use these in their classrooms, which is shocking considering how many F-bombs are in these. This one probably has like 20 F, maybe like maybe not that many. This one maybe has like 6 F-bombs. This one has like 60. It's because Sebastian and Izzy are potty mouths, whereas Brayley doesn't cuss at all. So none of my chapters had like Brayley cussing or anything. But yeah, these people have been through a lot, a lot. So there's the plot line with her and the abuser because she does have like Stockholm syndrome. Um, because she was groomed since the age of 9. And so you get to see her mental processes of like, I don't feel like I've been victimized. Why is everyone trying to put me into this mindset? And then with the self-harming, getting called out for that. And she's just like, well, everyone just leave me alone. And then she's also wanting to be the lead in a school play. So she's got a lot going on. All that is to say, yes, be mindful of triggers because they very much so are in these books. But if you want a sweet holiday romance, you can check it out. Unwrap My Heart. It's like $4.99. And then the physical one is $15. But yeah, you can check out those. I would much appreciate it. You don't have to. I won't be mad. It's not everyone's cup of tea. But every once in a while, when it's relevant, I'll talk about what I have available. I also have a truly sweet romance with none of the dark plot line that is also a Christmas romance. It's under a different name right now. It's not on Amazon because I plan on expanding it and adding a couple of books prior to it in the series, which means how I synced the timelines with characters that are main characters in other books may change. And that's why I took it down from Amazon. But it's available, I believe, everywhere but Amazon, and it's also on Hoopla. But like I said, it's under a different name. So let me look that up for you. But I will probably be republishing it under my own name. So I haven't really been talking about it much, but like it functions as a complete standalone novella. So that one could be a fun one if you wanted to look at that. Should be on Barnes and Noble. I'm looking it up. God, I was like still sharing screen over here. I don't know if it's sharing this screen with y'all though. Come on, Barnes and Noble. Okay, it's not popping up on Barnes and Noble, but let me try it again. There we go. Okay, so this one's only $2.99 because it is shorter. I will share the screen with y'all. All right, so this is the spunky girl and her popular player. Someone stole Santa's suit. Can 2 toy store elves solve the crime? Better yet, can they do it without falling for each other? Avery has had enough of Alfredo's complaining. She wears her elf costume with pride. He scoffs every time they have to sing and dance. When Santa's suit goes missing, Avery thinks this might be her chance to get rid of Alfredo once and for all. If she can prove he's the thief, his dad, the store owner, will have to fire him. It's the perfect plan until mysterious texts pour in, leading them on an adventure to win back Santa's suit and save Christmas. The standalone story is perfect for fans of broody quarterbacks, enemies to lovers romance, and cozy mysteries. So that's this one. It's under Nicole Hart. That was one of my pen names that I was doing. But now I'm just kind of putting everything under my name as far as I know now. Um, just managing more than one pen name is kind of hard. So it's easier to just grow one name. I do have another pen name as well. That's for steamy British romances, and they're like all LGBTQ plus. So that's with my best friend, and so she had already created the characters, and they just all happened to be they all happened to be in the alphabet mafia. So we just went with it, and I was like, if all of them already are, we might as well add more, so it like covers all the different types of representation. Kindred is getting a show. I didn't know that. I I almost picked that book for one of the classics for the I Read Dead People Club, but um is the author still alive? There was some reason why I couldn't go with that one. And then I think it was like a $9 book, and I'm trying to pick ones um that are not priced because I want it to be as inclusive as possible, and that also means making it budget friendly. So the only qualifier is that the person, yeah, I was right. So they are not alive anymore. Um, I try to make it budget friendly, but also the person has to be dead to fit with the I Read Dead People. But she was definitely one that I was looking at, and I was looking at Kindred. But it was priced really high, which would have made it hard for some people to participate. So I found a couple of other books that were a lot cheaper. So we went with those. But yeah, there's a lot of like what I would consider to be modern classic authors, like Toni Morrison and Octavia. Um, which I would still include, but my goal was to stick with mostly stuff that had been written before 1900 so that it's like a quote unquote true classic. And I was able to find some that were also written by people of color. So I went with those. I prioritized those, but depending on how long I Read Dead People last, we will probably wind up merging into a bit more of the modern classics because unfortunately there's just not as many fictional fictional classics written by people of color is what I noticed because I'm not wanting to do any nonfiction books, period, because I'm just not really into nonfiction. So I don't want to read something I'm not going to be interested in. I want to be reading stuff that I think people will enjoy. So we've had hits and misses. I think most people enjoyed Frankenstein, or at least liked being able to discuss Frankenstein, even if they didn't like the book. Whereas a lot of us hated Dracula. And this month we're doing Wuthering Heights by Emily Bronte, and so that one, I'm already quite a bit of a ways in, and I'm actually really enjoying it. So I'm glad because Dracula was just a complete miss for me. As far as the other books that we're going to be doing, I can give you some insights because I've already picked them. So let me pull that up real quick, and then I promise we'll get into another sprint. Uh, so yeah, this month is going to be Dracula, and then the other book picks. Okay, so I will tell you as well if I have host for them or not because some of them I do not have host for. Um, so I need host. So if y'all are interested or you know someone else who's interested, please let me know. What I do is I pick the first two people that tell me that they want to be hosts. I pick them, And then if someone's like, I've read this book, I have special insights to this, or I have lived experience that's similar to the themes in this book, I would love to be a co host, and I've already chosen 2 people, I will add them on as a bonus host. So I can technically have up to 6 people, so me and 5 others. But basically, I need to try to fill the spots with at least 2 hosts first. Um, before putting like 6 people on one book. Like I need to spread them out, if that makes sense. But yeah, so this month is Wuthering Heights by Emily Bronte. January, this has been so hard to resist reading this book. You have no idea. Um one of my co-hosts, Nicole from Dusty Book Sniffers, I had looked at this book, she had looked at this book, and then I was like, do you know of any cute editions? And she showed me hers, and it was the cutest edition that they had of this book. There wasn't a lot of options, but it's Aola Leroy. And it might not look that cute when you're seeing it on the screen, but it's kind of like gold looking. It's so simple, but it's also matte, like matte feeling, and it's skinny. And I feel like after the chunkers that we've had, like Frankenstein was pretty short, it was like 200 pages. Dracula, oh my gosh, that thing was a chunker. And then Wuthering Heights is quite a chunker as well. So just this cute little tiny classic has me so excited. And it is fiction. Because like I said, I'm not doing nonfiction. I want stuff that's accessible. And so this is fiction. And also, I didn't know this before like researching, because I want to be sure that it's not just going to be dead white men. So I was researching and I found Frances Harper, and she, and this book in particular, I believe, was one of the first fiction books published by a Black author. So, like someone who lived in the US. So, and it's got tiny print, but not too tiny. And there's lots of dialogue. So I'm excited because I don't think it's going to be quite as dense as some of the stuff that we've been reading. But also, this is a true classic. Like it was written, I believe, in the 1800s. I believe it was in the 1800s. Hey Alexa, when was Aola Leroy by Frances Harper written?
Sorry, I'm not sure.
You're not sure. It's too popular of a book for Alexa to not know. This is crazy. An alternate title for it was Aola Leroy or Shadows Uplifted. I'm trying to see when it was published because it is like a classic. Um, hey Alexa, when was Aola Leroy published?
Aola Leroy was released in 1982.
What? 1982, my butt. Nuh-uh. Alexa's failing me. I'm gonna have to look it up myself because I'm just curious, y'all. Did you get mad at me, Alexa? Oh man. Overview. Yes, I need an overview. 1892, not no 1982. The things were, yeah, so it's old. It's before the 1900s. Um so yeah, I'm really excited about this one, and it is the next book after, the current one. So let me look up a um what do you call it? A blurb so I can let y'all know what it is. I do already have, I believe I have both hosts for it already. And I think Courtney is joining for this one as well. Okay. I'm going on really Amazon. It said page not found. Oh, I spelled that bad. There's a 99-cent ebook version. I think I got the physical one for like $8 because it is super tiny. But anyway, let's see here. Why are you not showing me a blurb? Come on now. I don't need the editorial review. I want a blurb. Shh. Let me look on the paperback. Maybe it'll have a blurb. I'm like, why does this book not have a blurb? Because there's not one on the back cover. I tell you that much. There's not a blurb. Oh, maybe the hardcover has one. Okay, so whoever put this one out just didn't even bother giving a blurb, which is just really weird. Like, how do you plan on selling a book and you don't even tell people exactly what it's about? All right. Here we go. Maybe this one will have it. There is a Kindle version that's free. I just found the free one. So it is available for free. And this one just says it was converted by volunteers. Okay, but what is the blurb? Okay, here we go. Finally got a blurb. Okay. Tom Anderson was a servant of a wealthy planter who lived in the city of C, North Carolina. This planter was quite advanced in life, but in his earlier days, he had spent much of his time in talking politics in his state and national capitals in winter, and in visiting pleasure resorts and watering places in summer. His plantations were left to the care of overseers, who in turn employed um, drivers to aid them in the work of cultivation and discipline. But as the infirmities of age were pressing upon him, he had withdrawn from an active life and given the management of his affairs into the hands of his son. As Robert Johnson, it doesn't even give me the full blurb, and that doesn't sound like the blurb that I originally read. That doesn't sound interesting the way that was written. Okay, here we go. A landmark account of the African American experiences during the Civil War and its aftermath. First published in 1892, the stirring novel by the great writer and activist Frances Harper tells the story of the young daughter of a wealthy Mississippi planter who travels to the North to attend school only to be sold into slavery in the South when it is discovered that she has, and then they use the N word, blood. After she is freed by the Union Army, she works to reunify her family and embrace her heritage, committing herself to improving the conditions for Blacks in America through her fascinating characters, including Iola's brother, who fights at the front and then of course they use one of the old terms. Regimen Harper weaves a vibrant and provocative chronicle of the Civil War and its consequences through African American eyes in this critical contribution to the nation's literature. So I think it'll be interesting. It's probably going to be a difficult read, but I think it will at least be interesting. Let's see what we got here. Put the names in the comments. So if you're on my Discord, I have a list and it says the list is called the book picks and it'll have all of them on there. So that's the easiest way to find it. But I'll type in the Iola one since that one's next. So this one's for January. And then February is Passing by Nellie Larson. And then March is 100 Years of Solitude by Gabriel Garcia Marquez. So I think I have all the hosts that I need for January. I think Tammy and I think Courtney is also going to host in February. And then for March, I have Grace, who suggested the book. I don't think I have a second host, so I do need someone for 100 Years of Solitude. And then in April, I have The Tenets of Wildfell Hall, because we started with the Bronte sisters, so I figured we would just do one of each for the first year. Um, no, I have not. I have not seen the film, but we try to do watch-alongs as well when they're available. So I'll definitely be watching the film after I read the book. So I want to be reading the books a month ahead of time. So I do plan on reading Ola Leroy this month, just so whenever we do the live show, I know I'm already prepared. So yeah. And then yeah, so we want to do all the Bronte sisters and knock them out. So April is going to be The Tenant of Wildfell Hall by Anne Bronte. And then May is going to be The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett, because I wanted to include some that I already own. So I have some children's classics in here, kind of lightened up a little bit. July, this was Family Robertson. I felt like that would be a good summer read, very adventurous, and again, like a children's classic. And then August, we have Jane Eyre by Charlotte Bronte, which I've already read. So this is going to be a reread for me. And it looks like we may already have host for that one. A lot of people were interested in hosting Jane Eyre. So um, September, The House Behind the Cedars by Charles W. Chestnut. October is a couple of books. So October, we're doing several novellas. So we have The Willows by Algernon Blackwood, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde by Robert Louis Stevenson, The Turn of the Screw by Henry James, and Carmela by Sheridan Lee Fanu. And then November, we have Anne of Green Gables, which I've started, and I love the TV show adaptation. So I think I'm going to really like the book. And then for December, we end it with A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. So that's all of the stuff that I have. There's definitely a spot where you can recommend future books for 2024. Yeah, the only requirement is just that. Oh, I do need to set up the threads for Wuthering Heights. I was reading one of the host responses on here. We were trying to figure out where we wanted to host the watch-alongs for Wuthering Heights, and a lot of the co-hosts that I'm having, they've never done a live show period, like any live streams. So then I'm offering them the opportunity to host the movie watch-alongs, because it's a way to kind of share our audiences. So then each person's face that co-host is going to be put on like each person's channel. So it kind of gives people a way to familiarize themselves with them and then possibly grow the channels. But there's a lot of nervousness when it comes to doing something you haven't done before. So they were like, we're both fine with you hosting it on yours, just because this month is going to be a lot. It's December, so trying to learn new things, and then just anxiety and stuff like that. They'll both probably host other readathons as well, so they're like, just do it on yours this time so we can get comfortable with it, and then when we do another one we can do that, the hoppy hop. So sounds good to me. So that just means I will be able to schedule it out. They were both good with the dates. So we will be doing a watch along on the 9th of this month, I believe at 4 p.m. of one of the versions of Wuthering Heights, which they said is free on Amazon if you have Amazon Prime. And then the live show at 4 p.m. CST on my channel on the 16th. So if you're looking forward to that. But yeah, so I'm interested in the reads. But again, if you have any options for 2024, let me know. And if I do continue this, then we will do that I have kind of committed to the year. So that's like 15 books since I started this in October. And I have not read a bunch of classics. So I'm going at it as a newbie. So I don't know if I'm actually going to like these or not. So it's kind of going to depend on, as far as continuing it into 2024, is going to depend on, am I liking more of the books than I'm not liking? And if I am, then I'll continue it. If not, then I might still be able to organize it and just have other people host it. And we could like move it to another server or something like that, and the book club can continue without me if I'm not liking it. So it just depends. But I'm giving it a real go for this first one. So but yeah, if y'all want to be co-host on any of those, you just let me know. I do have space. Even with the ones that already have two creators, I do still have some space. I can add you. But yeah. But anyway, I have talked way too much. We are 2 hours and 23 minutes into this thing. So let's go ahead and do another sprint. Because I did yammer on so much, do y'all want to do a longer sprint so you can get a little more reading before the next talking session? So Courtney's timer will go to 45 minutes. Are y'all okay with doing a 45? Or do you want to do another 30? Either one's fine. Um, Either one. Y'all just let me know. But yeah, this one has been very hard to not start reading simply because it feels really nice to hold because it's that matte and it's super skinny. So skinny. I like skinny books. Oh, I like them big fat chunkers sometimes too, just like holding them. But I've had this since like October when I ordered it. It's been so hard to not go ahead and read it. But I had to read Dracula first, and I wound up DNFing that sucker because it was dry. But anyway, 45. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. All right, I'm going to start that now. Share screen. All right. Courtney is so creative in that she figured out how to do one video and then she just time-stamped it so you could choose how many minutes. That is like absolutely genius. I never would have thought to do that. And it's so user friendly. Like Courtney is a genius. All right, I'm going to mute myself and take myself off the screen. Enjoy your reading. Hello, hello. I was like in the middle of a paragraph. Now I'm like, where did I go? Where did I leave off? Oh my. Ah, how did y'all do? I think I had music going on in the background, but I think it was slowing me down because I realized I think I've only read like 26 pages this whole time, something like that. It's not a lot. So I am like a 30-ish pages an hour type person. So, but we've already read for an hour and 45 minutes. So I think I'm reading at like half speed. I was listening to Philip Wesley. It's a classical musician, but it's like it's new, like it's modern, but it is classical music. So I really enjoy his stuff. But definitely think it was slowing me down because the music itself is slower. So I think it was just slowing down my reading as well. So I'm like, okay, maybe I need to stop listening to music because I'm 4 pages away from 200. So I'm getting there. This is my read side. This is my unread side. So I'm getting there very slowly. Very slowly. And y'all, I get off track so easy. So earlier I was telling y'all that I got Babel was one of my book of the month picks, but I didn't tell you what my other book of the month picks were. So I'm also getting Kiss Her Once for Me, which is a lesbian romance. So that will fit the LGBTQ plus representation for this readathon. And then I got A Wilderness of Stars by something Earnshaw. Um, so I'm excited about that. I think she's the same author that did The Wicked Deep or something. So I'm hoping I like it. I'm kind of just taking a chance on stuff. I know that I am going to be slightly disappointed with Babel simply because one, it is such a chunker, and I'm not really the biggest fan of really long books, especially when they don't have a strong romance element, because I tend to latch on to the romance because it drives the plot a lot of times. So I know that this one does not have romance. So I'm going into it knowing that it's not there. So hopefully that will make a difference and I won't be irritated by the fact that it doesn't develop. Um, so, but yeah, I was watching Reads with Rachel and she did a review of the book and made it sound really good, despite the fact that there ain't no romance. So I was like, okay, I'm going to give this a shot. But I feel like some stuff is just hit or miss. It's kind of like the Ninth House by Leigh Bardugo. Some people absolutely loved it. I absolutely hated it. I thought it was the most boring thing ever, and I DNF'd. Same thing with a lot of books. The Book of Night by Holly Black. I didn't get that. I think I tried like the first page or whatever in a sample, and I was like, nope, I agree with everybody else. Boring. I don't like the literary writing style either. So, like, if someone would describe the prose as like literary or lyrical, it's kind of just like the nonsensical descriptions. I don't like those. Like when people say, oh, uh he tasted like sunlight in the morning. And I'm like, sunlight in the morning doesn't have a taste. Why are you using that description? Like, it don't make no sense to me. I don't like it. Stop trying to be pretty. Just makes sense. Like, I don't like those writing styles at all. I'm just like, you are wasting my time trying to impress me with how you string together a sentence, and I do not care. Like, if it does not serve a plot purpose, I don't care at all. But I did read the first 50 pages of The Poppy War, which also doesn't have any romance, so I didn't continue, at least for now, because I know that the entire trilogy doesn't have romance. And I'm like, I need it. I need the romance. Because generally the plot is just not enough. It just doesn't feel like a full enough story when there's not romance in it. There are a few books that do not have romance that I am like, okay, these are good. There was enough going on. They were well developed. The characters were really strong. There's some books where I felt like it didn't need the romance because the authors did such a good job. But oftentimes the authors just don't have enough threads going on to keep me interested. I've got to have something to emotionally connect to, and romance is one of the easiest ways to do that. So, yeah. But I really liked the 50 pages I read of The Poppy War, despite it not having romance. So, I know that I like her writing style. So, that's a plus. Um, and then the way that Rachel read into the story made it seem very interesting. So, I'm hoping that I will be one of the people that likes it. My dog is barking, and see, I know this book of the month box is coming, and it is around mail time, so I just keep like looking out. But I think it's just it's guys on a dirt bike thing. I don't know how my hair is getting this curl pattern, because I brushed it, and I don't normally brush my hair, so it just dried in a wave. Oh, I don't know. I think it's just winter. I like curls though. I'm always trying to get curly hair and it don't ever want to do it. My hair's just so straight. But today it's doing a little wave thing in the front for some reason. Maybe I had it behind my ear. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, y'all let me know how your books are going. Mine is going good, but at the same time, I'm just like, man, why don't y'all just tell the love interest that you switched? Like, it's just one person. Just tell the one person. Oh, I don't know how they're going to tell the guys or if the guys are going to figure it out. And I don't know if they're going to be pissed off or if they're going to be like, you know what? It's just a name. I don't really care. I feel like I may have heard a review where people had said they didn't like it because they were dreading this moment. Like the characters were dreading it. And then just like both love interests did not care at all. Like it was not a thing. But it was built up to be a thing. So I'm like, okay, well, which is it? I don't know if that was actually for this book or not. But yeah, I'm like, just tell them already. Just tell them. And I'm really liking Miguel. I feel like he's getting a little more page time than the other guy. So he's getting more sweet moments, and they're cooking dessert at her place. And I'm like, are they gonna do it? Like is this book gonna get spicy? I don't know that this is as spicy or if it stays sweet the whole time. The descriptions haven't gotten any spice yet, and we're at like 200 pages. So I don't think we're going to get a spicy scene. I think it's going to stay in the sweet arena. I don't think there's been any cuss words either, which usually would indicate if there's cuss words, it tends to be more steamy. So they've kept it without, I don't think there's been any cuss words. So that makes me think, just with that alone, that they're marketing to the sweet romance crowd. And so I don't think that it's going to have any steamy bits. I'm going to click on it and see if it'll tell me. Well, this is a lie. They lie. So it says it's happy, quirky, and foodie. I agree with that. But then it says love triangle. There is not a love triangle in this book. I am 200 pages in. There ain't no love triangle. Now, if it's talking about the one girl, she dumps this guy in like the first chapter. And then she's not even in the same town. So I'm like, it's not a love triangle. She doesn't want to be with that guy at all. So I'm like, is she like going to come back and then they're going to go back together? I'm like, nah, I don't think so. I don't think so. This thing is 330 pages. We're 200 pages in. I don't think that he's going to be part of the picture. He's just a nuisance. He's an ex. That's not a love triangle. That's misleading. I don't like that they did that. But it doesn't say salacious on here. And normally it'll say salacious if it's sexy. But who knows? I wonder what um the kiss curse had said, because that one gets steamy. But also there's indications that it's going to go the steamy route just from their descriptions of being attracted to the other person without doing anything. So this one didn't have on here that it was steamy, and it should have, because it was more steamy than the first one. It just says enemies to lovers, light read, millennial, and witch. I don't really know how the millennial played into that story at all. Kind of a weird description to use for it, but I mean, I'm just being picky. But I will say if you read the X Hex and you really liked it, you may or may not like the Kiss Curse, because so if you liked the X Hex because of the paranormal elements and that's what was like the driving force for you to keep reading the book, I don't think that you're gonna like the X Hex. Not the X Hex, the Kiss Curse, because it doesn't have as much plot and the plot resolves in a neat little bow. It's way too easy. It kind of felt like a cop out ending. Um, but if you liked the X Hex for the romance and the writing style, then you will probably enjoy the Kiss Curse even more, because the focus is mostly the romance and the little plot things and the little twists that happen. They're very secondary. So like it could have took out the twist pretty much completely and I wouldn't have cared because the romance was strong. So I still gave it a 5 star, but it was definitely weak in the paranormal side in how things were resolved. And I think that the author was trying to make a point, and I can't tell you the point because that'll ruin the twist, but I think she was trying to make a certain point that she wanted like readers to walk away with, kind of like a feminist like power thing. And so I'm like, yeah, girl power. But it doesn't work for a paranormal. It doesn't work for a paranormal. You can't resolve it with that. I'm like, it kind of felt like a Deus Ex Machina type thing. It wasn't where someone shows up and saves the day. That's not what happened, but it felt like that. How the characters are going through all this stuff and then they find out things and then they find out how they're going to like defeat the big bad and then not even having to really do anything to defeat the big bad. That's what I'll say. So vague, but also still telling you what goes on. I'm just like, this was too easy. This was too easy. But also, if you really liked her Rebel Belle series and wanted to see the spicy adult version of that, then you'll love the Kiss Curse, because that's basically what it was. Like Gwen is just like the main character. I think her name was like Harper or something. And Wells is kind of like the guy if he was a teenager. Like very button up type personality. Maybe the one guy was a little bit more nerdy than Wells. Wells is mostly just nerdy in how he dresses and how formal he speaks. Um, but I saw a lot of similarities between those two characters and the Rebel Belle series, which actually made me regret the fact that I got rid of my Rebel Belle trilogy, because I did enjoy it, but I'd listened to it all in audiobook, except for the third book I had to read physically. And I was like, the third book kind of felt like a letdown. So it's kind of like the ending of the Kiss Curse. I was like, this is too easy. I don't actually remember how the third one ended in the other book, but the romantic couple doesn't spend most of the book together in the third one. And so that's why I just kind of let down by the Rebel Belle thing, was because the romance was not really there. And so yeah, but this one I just like, that was too easy. So I don't want this book to be too easy, but also I don't like The Dark Night of the Soul. I know that it's a popular romance trope. It is the thing that authors employ to pull at your heartstrings and make you think that the couple is not going to wind up together. But the thing is, it's only a romance if there's a happy ever after. Otherwise, it's women's fiction. So I'm like, okay, we already know they're going to wind up together. There's going to be a happily ever after. So why do I have to suffer through this big thing where they're not together in the book just for them to have a 5-minute conversation and resolve everything. It's so stupid. So it's very rare that I will have one of those dark night of the soul type moments. And if there is one, it's going to be for reasons other than them not believing that their relationship is real or them just having a miscommunication. Like, I'm going to use some of the reason to break them apart rather than that. But I just don't like it because then what happens is they resolve it in that 5-minute conversation after spending 10 to 20% of the book whining about why they can't be together. And then you get like one kiss and the book ends. And I'm like, no, I don't want to spend 50% of the book waiting for the first kiss. Then they kiss, and I only get like 30% of the fun and game stuff. And then you give me 20% of just like drama queens. And then, then I get this quick resolution at the end. I'm like, no, let them resolve it and give me some more happiness and then close the book. That's what I want. I don't like this dark night of the soul, cheap, cliche crap that all the romance books have. I don't like it. I'm tired of it. I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired of it. It's a genre convention. It's expected. Therefore, it's predictable and it's cliche. Try something else. Please, 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 please. Oh, like we know they're going to wind up together. So why do you make them break up in the last 20% of the book? It just doesn't make any sense. It's not effective. It's effective if you've never read a romance and you truly believe that they're not going to wind up together. It's effective. It'll rip your heart out. But it's a romance. So if you've read hundreds of them, you know that they're going to wind up together, then you don't care what happens. Even if you think that the character dies, you're like, nope, nope, there's a misunderstanding somewhere. He's got some evil twin or something that she didn't know about. That's who died. And so the twists are not even surprising. So it's just kind of pointless to have it in there. But that's just my spiel. I'm getting salty over here. Anyway. So yeah, I think I'm going to go without music this time. But if you ever do want to listen to classical music when you're reading, that's just like soothing, or even to go to sleep to, Philip Wesley on Spotify. Really good. But anyway. I don't know what time it is. Let's see what time it is. My computer, the Mac ain't showing me the time, and then this other one keeps like dying on me for some reason. My desktop doesn't want to work correctly today. So I don't know that I'm even going to be able to work today because it keeps like having timing out issues and closing windows on me, which will not work for my job. So I don't know. It is 2:30. Okay. So I would like to read until 3, and that's going to be like 4 hours of streaming. And then I need to feed my dog, and hopefully my mail will be here at that point. But yeah, I'm excited because I have Babel coming. I have Kiss Her Once for Me, which will meet the prompt, the LGBT prompt. And then I have A Wilderness of Stars. And I got Well Traveled as a Goodreads giveaway. So I'm really excited. And then, so I think what my plans are going to be for the holiday Havoc-athon is this one for the red title, because it had the alternate cover that had red, so I could count it for that. And then in a holidays for sci-fi. Actually, you know what? Without having to twist it, this one, well, you know what though? I don't remember if the prompt was BIPOC character or written by a BIPOC author. I can't remember. So if it was just a character, Miguel fits that. So yeah, so Miguel, because he's Hispanic. So that would fit the one that I'm reading right now, Holiday Swap, without me having to twist it with the alternate cover with red title. This one is my sci-fi because it has a Groundhog's Day where she's having to repeat the same day over and over again. That is a sci-fi. It's like a contemporary, lighter form of sci-fi, but it is sci-fi. So that would work for that. And then one of the books that I put on mine, I thought it was a Christmas book because it had snow on the cover. The Key to My Heart. I actually put out a video today talking about new releases. And that was one of them. And I was asking people, if you want to buddy read with me, let me know. However, I thought that it was a Christmas read, and it's not. It happens after Christmas. I'm like, why is there still snow on the cover? Which I guess nowadays it does snow in like February, March. But so in the first chapter, it mentions someone's wedding a couple of months ago, and it was a December wedding. So I'm like, okay, yeah, this is not a winter, so it doesn't fit Holiday Havoc-athon. So I'm like, okay, I don't want to do that one now. So I've got the. I need to like look at the prompt again. I'll look at it on here. I can look real quick, see what my prompts were again. Okay, sci-fi, fantasy, or horror. All right, so that's in a holidays. BIPOC author. Okay, so this will not work for that then. Queer representations coming in the mail today. Crime fiction and mystery. I don't have one of those. And then the book with red title. So I can bin this one because it did have the alternate cover for red title. And then I still need a BIPOC author. I read a couple with BIPOC authors in November that were Christmas romance. I was getting a head start. I was cheating a bit, but I did read a couple, and I read a lot of queer ones. You will see soon. I read a lot of them. They were really good. But yeah, I don't. Debbie McComber's white. Sarah Morgan, I think, is white. I don't know. I don't have that many Christmas books. I only had like the 5. Oh yeah, this girl's really white. But see, I'm also just trying to read my own books. So I already read some, but I read them on my phone. I read the ebooks. So I don't know if I'm going to do them again or if I'm just going to include the ones I did for the November, because I read like 3 that were BIPOC. And I read quite a bit. And then I don't know that I had any mystery crime. I don't know. Oh, yes, because I was going to use the Key to My Heart for mystery, because someone starts leaving her lyrics on a community piano. So she's trying to figure out who he is and how he knows her so well by leaving certain songs on the piano. So that one does have a mystery element, and it is winter, but apparently it's not a holiday. So I don't know what I have. So basically what I'm trying to do now, I'm already thinking about my goals for next year and how I want to do my reading, because I've been reading too much, but not really letting the stories sink in as much as I want to. And that's been my goal for like 3 years, is to slow down my reading. And also to have a better balance. So to be able to balance YouTube and reading and also writing my own books. And I just have not been writing, which is sad, because the 2 books I showed you and then the Christmas one that I showed you, the green one, that was the last thing that I published. And that was like Christmas 2020, maybe. I think it was Christmas 2020. And so it's been forever. I've started a lot of stuff where I've written half the book and then I just stop. So I don't know. But writing needs to become a priority. So in order to do that, I have to balance out work, YouTube, and then the actual reading stuff as well. So I think slowing down the reading, and coming up with themed days for the content will keep it to where y'all are constantly getting stuff, but also this stuff is easier to make Not as intense as maybe I have been doing. So I already kind of have the theme days planned out. Some of them are more evolved than others. So I don't know. I kind of wanted to use this month as a tester month for the content, but I feel like if I tell y'all exactly what to expect on those days, then I feel bound to it. And I can't take any days off because it would be daily content. I don't really know if that's necessarily for me. I like it because I have so many ideas. I don't like them to just sit. So daily content helps so that I'm not posting 20 videos in a day like I did the other day because that's how much content I already had prepped. And I actually have more than that prepped that y'all don't know about. It's ridiculous because I read too much. I am at last night, I finished a book, so that put me at 203 books for the year. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. I'm a slow reader. But I listened to so many audiobooks and I was listening on double speed, so I just knocked out a lot. But I will tell you, most of the stuff I read was audiobooks. I know there was more than 90 that were audiobooks. It's probably over 100 that were audio. So I really, really want to slow that down. I want to be reading more, way less audiobooks, way more physical books, and then kind of fill in the gap with the ebook. So I think I want to read it would be great to read like 50 ebooks, maybe like 50 audiobooks, and then 100 physical books. That would be great. Still 200 reads, but I want to put more emphasis on physically owned books because it doesn't make sense to buy them and not read them. So I'm just kind of giving y'all the spiel. We'll do another sprint in a minute. But what I want to do is I want to have one ebook going like a week. It might take 2 weeks to read an ebook because I just kind of read it like as I'm laying in bed getting ready to go to sleep. So like maybe 30 minutes to an hour of reading a night. So maybe it would take 2 weeks to read an ebook. Audiobook, one a week. But I know how I am and I double speed. So that's only like 4 hours of listening time. So if I want to do online puzzles or something, I can knock out an audiobook doing one 300-piece puzzle, no problem. So I could listen to more than one audiobook. But the problem is, I'm like, oh, it only takes me 4 hours to do this. So instead of doing stuff that's more productive, I will go do a puzzle so that I can read this audiobook and get more numbers read. And that doesn't make any sense. So what I would like to do is maybe only listen to audiobooks when I cannot physically read an ebook or a physical book. That will limit that and force me to slow down a little bit. Also, I think can be cool to use like a six die and roll it maybe each week to determine how many books I can put on my TBR for that week, and I can only get into that many books. But I don't know how that will work because I always like having an audiobook and an ebook and a physical book. So I don't really know that that would work too well for me. But if it had to do with physical books, that could be interesting because it could be like, all right, you get to work through 6 books this week. And I'll be like, okay, well then I need super short books. And then if it's like, okay, you get 1 book this week, then I need a 500-page chunker. So it could be a cool way to kind of pick books. But I'm not sure. And then the other thing I want to do, I have this idea and it's very quirky. It's very quirky. So I want to do a 10-inch TBR. I know. Y'all are like 10-inch TBR. What the hell are you talking about? 10 inches. So if I stack the books like this, I want this measurement to be 10 inches each month of physical books. That would be my goal. How did I come up with 10 inches? Well, I measured my bookshelves. I measured what the distance was on each little section, and then I multiplied that by how many sections there were. And it got me to like 120 inches of length. And I would love to fill up an entire bookshelf from top to bottom of physical books that I own and read next year. I would love to do that. And it's like, okay, I read um 200 and like 3 books this year, but most of them were not physical. So if I look at the physical books that I read this year, they're all up there on that top shelf. So that right there, yeah. So that's not that many shelf sections. That's like 2 shelf sections. And most of those, I didn't actually read the physical book. I read the audio version, which is still reading, but it kind of defeats the point of having the physical book if you're not actually going to read it physically. It's stupid. It's a waste of money. And then I feel like I need to reread it at some point to get my money's worth. So I need to read it physically. So it's like, stop plowing through the TBR using audiobooks and just leaving the books on the shelf. That don't make no sense. So I think I can read in tandem, meaning like if there's certain books that are very long, like 400 plus pages, and I can find an audiobook version as well, then I can listen to that as I'm like physically looking at the words and turning the pages, and that's fine. And that probably will be what I do with all of the classics. I was thinking of buying really cute editions for all of the classics that I read, since I probably will only read them one time in my life. But then I was like, that's kind of a waste of money, especially because I find that I wind up listening to the audiobook version anyway. So, I mean, it can be helpful to have the physical book in front of you with the classic so you can understand what they're saying. But I think I might want to try it. Um, I have Owl Leroy, so I'll be reading that one physically. But with the one after that, Passing, I might try just listening to the audiobook, or I can get the ebook version too for free. So I can also do it in tandem. So I think with the classics, I want to do tandem reads. So I want to be looking at the words, but also having it read to me, because I'm not great with vocabulary. And so having it in front of me, I think will make it easier to comprehend what's being said. Um, but yeah, I want to read like 120 books, which is it's just me giving myself enough, not 120 books, 120 inches. Because that's what it is to fill up 5 of these sections. And then I counted the books and kind of multiplied that. So it's about 20 books per section. Is that what it was? I don't know. It's 120 inches. It was like 100 physical books, something like that. 100 to 120 physical books, something. I don't know. But anyway, so 10 inches a month would get me to fill the shelf. And then also maybe I would go for some thicker books, because I'm not going for the number of books. I'm going for the overall size by the end of the year to physically fill up a whole shelf of books that I physically read. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5. And I do have some gaps over here. Oh, but those also aren't even on the shelves yet. So it's more like 5, because I've still acquired stuff. Oh my. So I have like 5 full shelves of books that I haven't read. And that to me is just a waste. It's just a waste. So instead of reading hundreds of books in a year that I don't own, I would much rather shift my focus to reading the books that I do. And so some of that is going to be kind of sucky, because a lot of these books came out when the publishing industry was very singular in the types of books that they published. And I want to be better about reading books about all different types of people. And so I don't want to be like stifled But also, if I'm still acquiring books, then that needs to go into my consideration of what I am acquiring. Like, is this actually going to add to my collection and maybe balance it out a little bit? Which now, after reading 200 books, I would say you have to try. You have to try to find a book that does not have some form of diversity. So people who don't read books with any diversity, I'm like, how? How? Like you are, it's kind of, it seems deliberate at that point because it's in books, usually multiple. So like the publishing industry has changed. And so, yeah, acquiring the new books, I think will kind of help balance that out. But also, I still want to read these other books. Like they're still good books. I mean, as far as I know. But yeah, so I think I want to be more cognizant of what I'm adding to my collection, but I also need to just bite the bullet and read these books. So I don't think I'm going to be doing like diversity stats because I'll feel bad because there's not going to be as many as I would want there to be. But I need to get through those and then I'll get a better idea of like what I'm interested in and have a better reflection of like who I currently am with what I'm reading. So yeah, I don't think this coming year's reading is necessarily going to be representative of my current taste, but I need to get through all these old books. Otherwise, I just wasted my money buying them, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I want to read the books that I acquired. But I also want to get better at DNFing. So if I don't like something, like maybe even just 2 chapters in, I know that sounds harsh, but honestly, I can get a pretty good idea of how I'm going to rate a book in the first paragraph. Um, that sounds outrageous, but the reasoning is because it's very much so has to do with the writing style. If someone has a similar writing style to mine, it just means that they're using the same sort of devices that I use and I like. If I like their writing style, I'm automatically going to like the book a lot more than I will a book that I don't like the writing style as much. It's not as similar as I would like it to be. So I can identify the writer's writing style in about a paragraph. I can tell how they structure their sentences, how much information they pack into them. Is their writing going to be dense? Without reading a single sentence, I can identify the pacing of a book simply by doing a page flip and seeing how much white space is there. And if there's like not a lot of white space, or I'm not seeing a lot of quotation marks, then I know that it's going to be dense and I'm probably not going to enjoy it. And that's without reading a single word. And this is just because, one, I'm an author, so I know what things look like on the page. I know how I break up my paragraph, so I can get an idea. Is this similar to my taste? It doesn't mean it's good or bad. It's just me identifying whether it's similar to what I like. I am definitely more of a dialogue person than I am a narrative person. So I want to see a lot of white space. I don't want to see all white, like almost all white space, because that to me tells me that they don't have like any description at all. And so I don't want a book that lacks any description because I'm probably not going to be able to have as much of an emotional connection because I'm not getting a lot of internal dialogue from the character. So I don't want it to be like 90% dialogue, 10% narrative. That's way too much. You're not giving me enough, and you're probably doing big info dumps in the dialogue, thinking that you're showing, not telling, but that's not what you're doing. But I also don't want to see it 70% narrative, 25% dialogue. No, that's too much. I can do 50-50. I can read a slightly slower book if the characters are very, very strong and the writing is accessible. So something like Other Birds is going to look dense at first glance, but because the writing style itself is very accessible, I can read it. But that's like my limit is a 50-50 split. If there's more than 50% for the narrative, I'm probably not going to like the book that much. There are exceptions. Like, I really do think that the one that I'm saying is 50-50 probably was not 50-50. It was probably a little bit more narrative than dialogue. But generally, I go toward the side of I want there to be more dialogue than narrative. So I am like I want 75% dialogue, 25% narrative. That's just how I am. Or like a 60-40 or 70-30. 70-30 is probably more realistic. 70% dialogue, 30% narrative. But anyway, all of that is just to say I need to get better at DNFing books so I can get them off my shelf if I'm not interested in them. And I can read through this pile because as of right now, I have 420, 430 something unread books. And of course, I'm going to be acquiring throughout the year. So I've acquired like 70 plus books, 75 plus books this year. I don't know how many I'm going to get for Christmas. So let's just be outrageous and we'll just round it all the way up to 100. It's not going to be 100, but let's say I acquired 100 books this year. I need to be reading 100 books physically a year if I'm going to be bringing in 100. Next year, I think I would like to keep it down to like 50 acquired books during the year. So like around 3 a month. If my math might not be very good. I don't think that was good. But at 50 books a year, I think would be okay. Hey Alexa, what's 50 divided by 12?
50 divided by 12 is approximately 4.1667.
Perfect. So that's like a book a week. I don't know why I needed math for that because there's 52 weeks in a year. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I'll limit myself to acquiring 4 books a month or 50 books for the year, and that's all I get. So it's mostly going to be new releases from Book of the Month. I can get 3 of those max. That's as much as they'll let you get is 3. So 3 times 12 is 36. So 36 book of the months max, and then like 14 other books that book of the month doesn't do. The reason why I say book of the month is because I do not have a lot of adult books on my shelf, and that's what they do primarily is adult books. They're also very good about including diverse reads. There's usually always 1 or 2 options that are, so I can be like, okay, I will try that. And they have a reader guarantee. So if you hate the book, you can call them and be like, I really didn't enjoy this one, and they'll give you credit for an add-on the next month. So it's a cool way for me to maybe explore some genres that I haven't looked into before. So like my new one that I'm looking into is magical realism, because I really liked Other Birds. So then I got The Wilder Women, which is also supposed to be magical realism. So I think that I could like that, and magical realism is probably as close as I can get to literary fiction that I'd actually enjoy. I have not liked literary fiction. There's like a historical one with romance that I would say is literary fiction that I did enjoy, which is Love and Other Consolation Prizes by Jamie Ford. It's about a boy. I don't remember what country, but it was in Asia somewhere. And so he wound up going on a boat. His mother like sold him off to come to America, and then he was working with like indigenous Native Americans. They were putting them through camps, but then he was like a seat warmer. So he would get up early in the morning and sit on the toilet seat so then the other like paid students would have warm seats in the morning. Like it was there was a lot of those happening. And then there was the World's Fair in like the early 1900s, and then he wound up getting sold off to a whorehouse, and so you got to see stuff with the red light district, and then he falls in love with another girl that's working for the whorehouse, and she wants to be one of the prostitutes or ladies of the night. And yeah, but there was like a romance, and there's so much stuff going on in that book is very interesting, even though it was probably more literary than anything else. But I am rambling. I apologize. I think I just rambled for 20 minutes. I hate it when people do that when I'm watching their lives. I'm like, just get to the next reading session. So we will do that. We will read now. I will stop rambling. But yeah, that's kind of my plan, is to acquire only about, I want to read at least 2 books for every book that I acquire, and also I want to read books as I acquire them. I think that's gonna be my number 1 rule going into the new year, is that when I buy something, I have to read it. So when I get it, I'm not getting to pick other books before it. So this month I have the 3 coming in. So I need to be reading them this month. And then I think what I'll do is maybe just make it a rule. I can't buy another book until I've read the ones that I've previously hauled. So if that takes me 2 months, that's okay. Um, but I'll have to wait. So like for instance, I get the book of the month books at the beginning of the month, and then I order the next round like the last couple days of the month. So I like ordering early because then they get to me super early. But you can still order the book of the month books at the toward the very end of the month, like the 25th or something. So that will give me time, if I get a huge chunker like Babel, to finish it as well as the 2 other books. So I'm really going to be prioritizing books as I'm getting it. So yeah, I'm going to read this one, the Holiday Swap. I'll finish that. And then I guess my next read should be uh the Kisser Once for Me, because that's going to be a new one that I get. But I'm also looking forward to In a Holidays, which was the Christmas 2020 pick. So I think I really, really, really want to finish those 3 books this month. Those are my priority: is the Holiday Swap, In a Holidays, and Kisser Once for Me. And I might do a reading wrap up with those 3 books and put them in the same video. So it'll just be full length reviews of all 3 books. And I'll just be like, I read 3 book of the month Christmas picks. And I talk about these 3 books in that video. I kind of want to be more thematic with how I'm presenting y'all with stuff so that people click on it and y'all are interested. So I feel like instead of like wrap ups, because I do read so many different genres, instead of doing that, I can have videos where I'm kind of like making some sort of theme, even if it's as loose as I read 3 purple books. And I think I want to do it with like 3, because then I can have 5 minutes to talk about each book, and then the intro and the outro. So about a 20-minute video, you get 3 reviews. It just seems more appealing to click on when someone says, I read 3 Christmas books, rather than book review for the Holiday Swap. I just don't feel like as many people are interested in reviews, so you kind of have to disguise them as other content for some reason, even though it's the same exact thing. So I will probably start doing that. I don't know. Anyway, again, I keep rambling, so I am actually going to shut up now, and let's do another reading sprint. So we'll do a 30-minute, and then that will probably be it, because it's already 3:00. So I just rambled for 30 minutes. All right. We'll make it a 45. Why not? We'll make it a 45, and then we'll end this sucker at 4:00. So we'll have 15 minutes to chat at the end of this sprint. I think that sounds good. So let's do that. 45 minutes. Let's go. Hello, hello. I got my book of the month. I just got it. That's why I was late turning it back on. My dog was trying to wrestle the guy or something. Anyway, I'm like, where is my... I'm like, what can I use to open this sucker? It is big this month because I got 3 books, but I also officially became a what do you call it? BFF. Man, if I had gotten one more book this year, I would have been a BFF last month, which would have meant that I would have got the free add-on of one of the winners. But I didn't get it. I was 1 month late, so I have to wait until next year to get that. But because I'm a BFF, they gave me a "You're a BFF, go on, let it go to your head. Welcome to the new life as one of our besties. Long may you reign" bookmark. And I got the bag, the book of the month bag. And so it has a spot to put your book of the month. So see how it fits. Oh, yes, that's perfect. So fit your book in there with its little pocket. And it looks like, the inside has a zipped pocket. So this is actually fairly sturdy. I wouldn't overload it, but I do use these types of bags. So I like that I got one for free because it's one of the perks that you get for free after you do 12 boxes. So, I mean, you're paying money, but you're getting books every time. So it's cool that they add little stuff for free. And then my add-ons are like $5 cheaper now. So that's good. Oh my gosh. So the first book is Babel. Babel. This thing is a chunker. Yes. Yes, I am. And so is Bear with getting to see the male person. So yeah, this is the cover that they did. No sprayed edges and none of the gold foil, which I've seen on some of the really cool editions. But I actually like there's just this regular simple edition as well. See what the print looks like, because this is how thick it is. It actually doesn't look as thick as I thought it would be, because I know this one's a really long book. Let's see. She is so young. I didn't know she was so young. She might not even be 30. PhD in East Asian Languages and Literature at Yale. All right. Let's see here. 544 pages. For some reason, I thought it was longer than that. But also, when I was opening this, I thought I saw some colored pages in here. So let's see what we've got going on. So the spine is this gold mustard yellow. Yeah, so the regular price for this is $27.99. It's definitely got a deal. And I thought I saw a colored page when I was opening it. So it's got maps. It's got lots of maps. I'm flipping through to see if I find that page. Oh, did I skip? It has a smell to it. Interesting. I kind of like it. I don't know what the smell is, though, because I haven't smelled it on a book before. Yeah, this is a big sucker. A big sucker. And it has like the UK, this has the UK punctuation. I'm surprised they went with the UK punctuation, since I don't think she's from the UK. I write some books that are set in the UK, but I still write them with American punctuation just because I know I'll get it wrong if I try to do the British. But yeah, so this is a big chunker. And it's got footnotes. I don't know what this smells like, but it smells good. Maybe it's because of the bag. I bet it's because of the bag. And I hope they didn't not give me a bookmark this month because I got the best friend bookmark. I hope I still got a bookmark. Okay. And then here is Kisser Once for Me. And it's blue. I'm surprised they didn't go with purple to match the cover, but it's blue and gray. Former high school English teacher and current writer of queer love stories, including her debut novel, The Charm Offensive. Okay. She believes that Evermore is the greatest Christmas album of all time. So this one, including the acknowledgments, is 351 pages. And her acknowledgments are like 5 pages long. I never see that, but I love it. It looks like it's kind of like an author note combined with that. So the book is 345. Oh, how cute. So this one looks like it has an alternating timeline maybe because it says Last Christmas for one of the sections. Y'all, I didn't even read the blurb for this one. I just bought it. I was like, it's purple. It's Christmas. I'm getting it. Oh, that's cute. A little snowy day, snow day. That's cute. It looks like an email thing. And it starts like the 12 days before Christmas. How funny. I like that. Very cute. Oh, what's this one say? So the first 50 pages is Last Christmas, and then it's This Christmas. And then I wonder if the epilogue's going to say like 1 year later or something. I'm going to find out. I saw the word sex in here. The word sex stood out, apparently. And then the next one that stood out was odor. Oh, man. Let's see here. Okay, I think that's it. So we're good. I always like reading the last line. Oh. Slow dancing with her in a snow globe somehow big enough for all of us. So there will be a happy ending. And then last, I have A Wilderness of Stars. It's like black, but it's also just very, very dark purple. I don't know if that comes out. It doesn't really come out in the screen. But it does when you look at the electronic images of it. And I was like, I want a purple wintry book. And this is young adult. Ooh. It's got a dark maroon. So dark it's almost brown, but it is maroon. And then that mustard yellow again. Ooh. And as far as I know, this is a standalone. And this one has 391 pages. Oh my gosh, the last line of this one is our story is not done yet. So is there going to be a sequel? I don't know. I don't know. There might be a sequel. There's stars in here for the page breaks, which is super cute. And then the chapter headers are moons. That is so cute. But also, if the fourth chapter ain't starting until page 122, we got problems, girl. Because that, I don't like when chapters are that chunky. That's too much, because then you feel like you've got to get to the next chapter before you can put it down. And when they're that chunky, that means our chapters are like 30 pages long. No, more than that. Because that would have only been the first 3 chapters. Are you kidding? Let's see here. Luckily, she does use page breaks. But I just don't like I don't like long chapters. I hate it when authors do that. I'm like, why? So chapter 1 is 27 pages long. Unacceptable. That's too long. Nobody has that kind of attention span. I don't like it because that is an hour of reading for me to get one chapter. So you don't feel very accomplished. And it just feels slow. However, the spacing between the lines in the paragraphs is very nice. So there is a nice sizable gap. It's still traditional, formatting, but it's a nice sizable gap to where this will actually probably flow pretty well, even though they're giant chapters. I think it'll read fast because it's easier on the eyes. So, but yeah, I really don't like when authors do that. It's like, okay, if you can put a page break there and you've written 1,000 words, then just make that a chapter. I like chapters to be 3 to 7 pages long. 3 might seem very short, but if you're a concise writer, you can get a lot done in 3 pages. And 7, I feel like, is just my sweet spot. Yeah, so the 2 chapters in this book get you to page 72. That's just ridiculous. So that means that the 3rd chapter is 50 pages. 50-page chapter. Woman, what are you doing? Are you following every moment in this person's day and then you're dividing the chapter by that person's day? Like, what are you doing? Because that's the only thing that would make logical sense for something to be that long. So I'm already disliking that about this book. I really hate it when authors do that. It doesn't take the reader into account. It's just a bad way to split your chapters. It's the reason why books get DNF'd. You gotta be quick. Gotta be quick. Which some authors, they do that. They do these long ones. Oh, this one came with some stickers. It says season's greetings and happy reading. May your books be merry and bright. And it has lots of little book of the month stickers. And then I also got this big card that says meet your 2022 book of the year. So yeah, I would have been able to get this one for free this month if I had gotten to BFF status last month. But I skip months when I'm not interested in stuff. And the thing is like your first couple of boxes or whatever, if you for a while, I think it must be like 6 boxes or something like that. You're like the normal member, so you only get to choose from the monthly picks. You don't get to pick from member faves as well, but then you unlock member faves, so you can pick one of those instead of the like normal 5 selections. And there used to only be 5 books, but now they have 7 for you to choose from, which is really nice because like I don't go for the non-genre stuff. I like genre fiction, so I like romance, I like paranormal, I like fantasy, I like sci-fi. I don't like women's fiction. I don't like literary fiction. Magical realism, I'm starting to work my way in there, but I'm testing the waters with magical realism. But a lot of times it ain't going to be enough to keep me interested. But anyway, yeah. So that's everything I got in my book of the month box. So I am excited. I'm just disappointed with the chapter layout for that book. I'm very disappointed with that layout. I think the publisher should have been like, no, we're breaking these up. Breaking them up. But anyway, how did y'all do with your reading? I did get past 200 pages, so I'm very happy about that. And the story itself is going really well. I'm just like, when are y'all going to confess? Because I know there's like 100 pages left. So I'm thinking she's dragging it out. She's dragging it out. But I just want them to confess already and make up and then be happy for the rest of the book. But I know that's not going to happen, which I'm okay with the dragging it till toward the end if they're getting to be happy until they get there. What I'm not okay with is if the last chapters kind of shifted how things were going. And so it'll either slow things down or it could pick them up. It just kind of depends on what the characters do. And if it's doing the slowdown now at page 200 and I've got to wait I've got to spend like 75 pages of them pining and regretting their choices, I'm going to hate that. So hopefully it will not do that. I almost want to pick up A Wilderness of Stars first, simply because I absolutely hate how it's formatted. And so I don't want to dread it and not pick it up. So I almost want to pick it up first just so that I don't have an excuse, like I'm having to do it. But I don't know. It does have page breaks, thank goodness. Because if it didn't have page breaks, no. Cassandra Clare and Sarah J. Maas do the same thing. They have giant chapters. And so a lot of times I'm just like, I will listen to the audiobook. I'm not sitting here trying to read this long chapter. I just, there's not an excuse for it. I don't understand it. I don't understand. I'm a concise reader. I like things like that. Which now has me wondering, what is the current book pacing? Because I think it's a little bit longer than my standard. They're not super quick paced, but I am never feeling like it's a slog to get through these chapters. I feel like it's relatively nice. I feel like it's nicely spaced. I can go to 14 pages and I'll be happy. 7 pages is my sweet spot, but I can go to 14 before I notice that the author's not being quick enough. But once it gets past 14 pages, I'm just like, this is ridiculous. All right, 2, 4, 6. And the 6 came with a page break, so that's nice. 8, 10, 12. I bet it's about to end. 14. I was right. It ended at 14 pages and it had 2 page breaks. That's nice. I can do that. I can do that. This one is not breakneck pace. This is not breakneck pace. And I'm fine with that. This is what I would call a medium paced book. You never get bored. You never notice that it's taking a while to get through the chapters. It's just very nicely paced. It's not breakneck. My writing style that I write with is breakneck pace. Kind of like a thriller, how a thriller, you're getting quick reveals and the plot is like quickly shifting and all that kind of stuff. I even do that with my contemporary books that are romance. I make sure them wheels are turning. I don't give you time to relax. Then when I'm writing stuff that's not contemporary, I will get 3-star reviews that say breakneck pace. I couldn't take a breath. I was tense the entire time. Some readers hate it, and that's fine. I am not their author. I am breakneck pace. That's how I like to do things. But I do like, I'm trying to learn to slow down a little bit and put in more description for the people that want that stuff. But yeah, I'm like, I can bump it up and get it more to like the medium pacing for contemporary romance with the 14 pages. But I don't want to go over 14 book pages ever. That's just too long in my opinion. But anyway, that is the end of the sprints. We've been going for 5 hours. I hope you've enjoyed this. Luckily, we got 2.5 hours of reading done, so half of the time was spent actually reading. So that's good. I will try to do better and have less talky bits for next Saturday. So join me again next Saturday, same time. It's going to be 11 a.m. CST. We'll probably not go for 5 hours. And the reasoning is that you only get 20 hours of stream time for this. And I'm going to be doing a movie watch along. That's going to be like 3 hours because the movie will be around 2 maybe. So that's a 3-hour stream. And then I also have the live show discussion, which will be at least an hour, but we'll say 2. So that's 5 hours there. And I already did a long stream earlier, but I don't know how the month cycles. So I need to figure out, if y'all know how I can find out how many hours I have left on here for free, please let me know so I can check it. And so I'll just need to kind of divide it up evenly. So it might be more like a 3-hour sprint next time, but with like 5-minute breaks, not 20, 30 minutes of me rambling. So I will try to do better for next time. But anyway, my husband left work early. He's going to go to the pharmacy and get a prescription or whatever the doctor gave him. And I'm probably going to chill out, watch some more Wednesday Addams, and then jump into the book. And then I really don't know what I'm going to do as far as my next read. What makes sense is to do either In a Holidays or Kiss Her Once for Me, because they're part of the readathon. But also, I did read those other Christmas romances that I told y'all about within the last 30 days. So it fits into like a short period of time. So for the POC prompt, I read I'll Be Home for Christmas. And it was very short. It was like 23 pages. And I got it for free on Amazon. So I was looking for free stuff that was short because I was in a bad slump when I came up with my original TBR. So I was like, I need to do short stuff. And that's why I started early, because I was like, I can go ahead and do these prompts now and I'll just release my videos during the read along. So yeah, so I'll Be Home for Christmas. I read that. I read Starry Night by Debbie McComber. That was another Christmas book. I think it had a version of it that had red letters. I'm not sure. Oh, it had a mystery element. So Starry Night had a mystery in it. And then I read His Holiday Crush, which was a gay romance. And it was Christmas. And then Love at First Spray was another gay romance. That was Christmas. So, yeah, I already did a gay romance Christmas, and I already did a POC one, and I already did a mystery one. So technically, the only prompt that I have not done is going to be the sci-fi. And so that will be In a Holidays. So I kind of feel like that should probably be my next read, is In a Holidays. But also, if I get sick of Christmas books, then I need to read The Kiss Her Once for Me, because I'm trying to not buy books until I've read the ones I've just purchased. So I don't know. Y'all let me know what you think I should do. But anyway, I'm going to get off this sucker before I run out of all my streaming time. But thanks for stopping by. Again, I will see y'all next Saturday. I do have another video project that's coming out, should be Monday, which is going to be 24 books in 24 days, which is the remainder of those books. So I did a video with the same title that said part 1, and that was the first 11 books. So part 2 is the next 13 books, but it's actually a shorter video because the books were shorter, so I had less to say about them. But yeah, that's all. That's all. I don't know how many videos I'm going to do. My plan was to do video every day, but then I'm like, you know what? Y'all are already being saturated about everyone doing video every day for December. So I kind of think I just need to hold off on that and maybe relax, just get my reviews up, get my last things of the year up kind of sporadically and just go with that instead of trying to have planned content. I think that might be what I do for December. And then for January, I can just be on the ball and then I'll roll out all of your the fun daily content that I'll be filming like the day before I post it. We'll see. We'll see. I never know how things are going to go over here. But yeah, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already, and I will see you all later. Bye.